The board's bylaws, as chairperson, I will now call the February 16th, 2024 quarterly meeting of the Board of Trustees of Illinois State University to order at 9:17 a.m. I note for the record that notice of today's meeting was posted in accordance with the Illinois Open Meetings Act, and the public has been notified of the date, time, and location of this meeting. As included in the meeting notice, the university provided a YouTube link that allows all interested persons to view the meeting and hear all discussion and votes. Trustee Navarro, please call the roll.
Trustee Bone.
Present.
Trustee Abakumi.
Present.
Trustee Jenkins.
Present.
Trustee Jones.
Present.
Trustee Merminga.
Present.
Trustee Navarro, present. Trustee Tillis.
Present.
We have a quorum.
You have before you the agenda for today's meeting. May I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Trustee Abakumi made the motion. Is there a second?
Navarro, second.
Trustee Navarro, second. Is there any discussion? Having no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? The agenda is approved. We're going to take a moment to congratulate this year's student laureate of the Lincoln Academy of Illinois, Sharik Zuman. Each year, the Lincoln Academy awards one senior student from each of the state's four-year degree-granting colleges and universities for their leadership and service in pursuit of the betterment of humanity and for overall excellence in curricular and extracurricular activities. Sharik, will you please join me at the podium? Sharik's academic achievements are many. In fact, earlier this spring, Sharik received the most prestigious university-wide honor bestowed on undergraduate students, the Bone Scholarship. Different name from mine. This award is presented to undergraduate students who combine excellent academic achievement and community engagement activities on and off campus with exceptional qualities of character and leadership. The competition for this scholarship is rigorous, and he was one of the few students to receive this award for the 2023-2024 academic year. As a lifelong Bloomington Normal resident, Sharik, along with his brothers, Fayak and Mohammed, a 2019 Bone Scholar, have created a true legacy at Illinois State. A biochemistry major and biological science minor, Sharik is a tenacious student, always striving to reach his full potential. His dedication to research has resulted in several co-authored publications with biochemistry professor Dr. Marjorie Jones. Sharik's love for table tennis led him to become co-captain for the ISU table tennis with his brother Faik, leading the team to its first ever regional championship. Now, table tennis translates very well into pickleball. So, my husband will probably play with you at some point. With outstanding leadership qualities, Sharik has served as co-president of the Muslim Student Association and vice president of the Pre-Health Society. Beyond ISU, he has made a lasting impact in the community, especially a youth ambassador at the Islamic Center of McLean County. Sharik has a passion for medicine and a goal of becoming a surgeon, and I look forward to welcoming him into my profession someday. Before we conclude, I'd like to acknowledge Sharik's brother, who is in the audience today, Faik. Please stand. Sharik, we wish you the best as you pursue your future endeavors. Please join me one more time in congratulating Sharik. Well, good morning, and thank you for joining us for today's meeting of the Board of Trustees. As indicated on today's agenda, after the closed session, the Board of Trustees will return to public session to provide a brief update regarding the presidential search. Oh, I'm sorry. I jumped ahead. Sorry. Next on the agenda is the public comments. We have one person who has indicated an interest in making public comments to the board today. In accordance with established and recorded policy, the Board of Trustees will allow up to 30 minutes in total for public comments and questions during a public meeting. An individual speaker is permitted 5 minutes for his or her presentation. If more than 2 persons wish to speak on a single item, it is recommended they choose 1 or more persons to speak for them. The Board of Trustees will accept copies of the speaker's presentations, questions, and other relevant written materials. If you have any written materials you want to share with the trustees, you may send them to bot@ilstu.edu. When appropriate, the Board of Trustees will provide a response to a speaker's questions within a reasonable amount of time. At this time, I invite Mark Zablocki, I don't know if I pronounced it correctly, to come to the podium and proceed with your comments to the board.
Good morning, and thanks for the opportunity to make a public comment. My name is Mark Zablocki. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Special Education and a member of the United Faculty of ISU. The UF-ISU was formed as a grassroots effort through thousands of one-to-one conversations with faculty members over the past 2 to 3 years. In October, we filed a majority interest petition with the Illinois Board of Labor Relations and were officially certified as a union in January. We are proud to join our local United Professionals of Illinois 4100 and to be affiliated with the Illinois Federation of Teachers, American Federation of Teachers, and the AAUP. Some of the issues that we organized around and were of greatest concern to members included salary and compensation, uncompensated labor, working conditions and workplace safety, a lack of support for students' instructional and mental health needs, and a need for stronger shared governance structures. In terms of salary and compensation, faculty at ISU are underpaid when compared with other public institutions throughout the state. While the rate of inflation has soared over the past several years, our salaries have stagnated over this period, and we have not had raises, including cost of living adjustments, that come close to inflation rates, even while many administrative raises were robust. Additionally, there are salary compression and inversion issues that have yet to be addressed, and a lack of transparency in the process. There's a lot of confusion across campus as to how merit compression and equity raises are distributed. And we firmly believe that the only way to adequately address salary and compensation issues is through collective bargaining. Additionally, we have learned that faculty are overworked and underpaid, many being tasked with additional administrative and service tasks, increased class sizes, and summer work without appropriate funding or support. A vast majority of faculty work more than 40 hours per week, with many working 50 to 60 hours a week, and this workload has hampered many faculty from devoting adequate time to research. Our working conditions are students' learning conditions. Faculty have reported problems with classroom spaces, including a lack of instructional resources, damaged and outdated physical spaces, unhealthy working conditions due to ongoing construction in some buildings, and a lack of accessibility for our faculty and students with disabilities. Also concerning is the fact that some faculty have reported they do not feel safe in some of our classroom spaces. The recent characterization as a prank when 3 masked men entered a women and gender studies class and caused a great deal of disruption minimized the fear that students and the teachers may have experienced and sent a message that this type of behavior is somewhat tolerated. We should not have to wait until a much more serious incident occurs for safety concerns to be addressed. And we need to know that the administration is committed to ensuring that we have safe and healthy workspaces that are well-resourced to optimize student learning. Additionally, students are relying more and more on faculty to address mental health issues due to a lack of resources on campus, with some students waiting up to 2 months to see a counselor. We feel we can do better and should provide appropriate resources to mental health issues without waiting for state mandates to do so. We also, we strongly believe in shared governance and plan to work alongside the academic senate to strengthen that governance. We want to continue to ensure that departments retain their autonomy to set policies and procedures through the APST process that reflect our standards for hiring, promotion, and tenure. We also want to establish fair and equitable guidelines for faculty grievances whose outcomes are respected and upheld at the highest level. Again, we firmly believe that the only way to adequately address these issues is through collective bargaining. And finally, we want to recognize and applaud ISU for keeping this institution in healthy financial straits, as other institutions are struggling. We recently learned from a presentation by an AAUP financial expert that ISU is in excellent financial health and has the resources to invest in our faculty and students. We also understand from talks with state legislators that there is a plan to significantly increase funding for higher ed over the next decade. Therefore, we believe this is not the time for austerity and a doing less with less mentality, but for a substantial investment in our faculty and students so that this university can be among the best schools in the state and be a place where students will want to attend in the face of statewide enrollment declines. Finally, we are here very happy to hear that ISU has recognized the UF-ISU and said they are planning to bargain in good faith. We are also looking to bargain in good faith and looking forward to our first bargaining conversations on February 28th and additional sessions over the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And now, I'll start again with wishing you a good morning and thanking you for joining us today for the meeting of the Board of Trustees. As indicated on today's agenda, after closed session, the Board of Trustees will return to public session to provide a brief update regarding the presidential search. Earlier this morning, the Campus Communication Committee hosted an informative discussion hour. I want to thank Dr. Katie Strespekk for her presentation regarding the Center for Civic Engagement. Thank you for your time this morning, and we look forward to hearing more about the Center for Civic Engagement in the future. Each year, board members look forward to and participate in the founding celebration and appreciate the opportunity to acknowledge the achievements of our students, employees, and alumni through various activities and events. On behalf of the Board Trustees, I want to extend my sincere congratulations to all faculty and staff award winners recognized this week. At this time, I will ask Interim President Tarhuli to share his remarks.
Thank you, Trustee Bone. I'd like to take a moment to recognize our graduate and undergraduate students who participated in the 5th annual Image of Research competition held by the Office of Graduate Research, Student Research. Graduate and undergraduate students from across campus are invited to submit one static image of their research innovation or creative inquiry, along with a short abstract that explains the image and its connection to their project. Entries are then evaluated by professional artists and creatives who judge the submission for visual impact, uniqueness, and clarity of connection between image, text, and project. I invite you to take a moment to learn more about some of the research being done by our students by browsing the posters displayed around the room today. I am pleased to report that enrollment was strong in the fall and continues to be strong this spring. A significant point of pride for Illinois State University always. Over 31% of our students are from racially diverse backgrounds. We experience a 15% growth in Black or African American students and an 8% growth in Latino students. Additionally, the retention rate for fall to spring from our largest FTIC class in 36 years is up a percentage point from last spring to 94%. And speaking of points of pride, that's not all. Across Illinois State social media accounts, our highest engaging posts currently revolve around campus building projects. Our recent Center for Visual Arts Rotunda post is one of the best performing posts we've ever had, receiving engagement from 11,115 individual users. Comments contained a strong positive sentiment from both alumni and current students. Illinois State University continues to rank among the top 100 best value schools and best online bachelor's program in the U.S. News and World Report's 2024 Best Colleges rankings. Illinois State also ranked 112th in top public universities and 209th in top national universities in the United States. Dr. Mirinda Lane, a professor in the College of Education, was selected by the Center for Civic Engagement as the first collaboratory civic engagement champion. The new award was created in recognition of civically engaged teaching, scholarship, and service efforts from faculty, staff, members in collaboration with community partners. And in the spirit of civic engagement, on February 21st, Brad Franke, Director of Public Affairs and Policy, the Office of Alumni Engagement and Student Government Association, will conduct their lobby day in Springfield. 18 Illinois State students will participate in introductory meetings with numerous state legislators in their offices. The students will focus their conversations on issues important to the association, including their successes and concerns facing students of higher education in Illinois. That afternoon, Governor J.B. Pritzker will give his annual budget address to the General Assembly, allowing our students the opportunity to observe and participate in the highly energetic atmosphere in the Capitol. During the address, the governor will share his recommended fiscal year 25 state budget. Higher education received a 7% increase in funding last year, for which we are very grateful. However, only 13.9% of Illinois State's budget is state-appropriated funds. As has been stated previously, the university receives the least amount of funding per student than any other four-year public institution of higher learning in Illinois. We continue to work with our legislators to address historic inequity in our per-student appropriation, seek reimbursement for unfunded state mandates, and request funding for much-needed deferred maintenance. One of the highlights of serving as interim president is the opportunity to get to know so many amazing Redbirds who care deeply about Illinois State. Included on today's consent agenda are 5 naming opportunities that are made possible through generous financial gifts. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the following for making a difference in the lives of our current and future students. Gifts such as these enrich not only a student's Illinois State experience, but their future. Carl Heath for naming the Carl Heath Collaboration and the Briefing Room in the Mennonite College of Nursing Simulation Center. Dr. Teresa Dudis for naming the Victoria Gosh Lani Student Success Lounge in the Mennonite College of Nursing Simulation Center. Tom Jacob for naming the Sally Jacob Arbor at Irwin in the Genevieve Green Gardens. Joyce Moser for naming the Kurt and Joyce Moser Collaboration and the Briefing Room in the Mennonite College of Nursing Simulation Center. And Vern J. McGinnis for naming the Vern J. McGinnis Men's Track and Field Locker Room and the Vern J. McGinnis Women's Track and Field Locker Room in Halton Field House. Vern is here today. I was fortunate to have a conversation with him and learned about his records that he set while here. Unfortunately, we won't have time to hear all of that, but I would very much like to ask Van to stand so that we can acknowledge you for your generosity. Again, thank you. We do not take for granted the support of our donors. This seems an appropriate time to share that, to date, fiscal year 24 fundraising efforts are currently over $19.93 million, with the College of Applied Science and Technology, Milner Library, and the College of Education already achieving their fiscal year goals. Confidence in Illinois State remains strong, as demonstrated by these investments in our future by our alums and friends. February is Black History Month, and several events are being held on campus and in the community for students, faculty, staff, and alumni. Among them are film screenings, guest lecturers, and book discussions. Some of the events happening in the next couple of weeks include the following. Dr. Byron Craig will help facilitate a program for Pride at the Multicultural Center on February 21st entitled Queer Beyond Whiteness. The program is designed to facilitate an open discussion and dialogue about African American history and queerness and promote a better understanding of difference in the LGBTQIA+ community. Dr. Eric Wasserman and Dr. Stanford Carpenter will be co-teaching Can You Dig It? Exploring Race, Representation, and Culture in Blaxploitation Films. They will also be screening David Walker's documentary Marked, Hammered, Slaughtered, and Shafted, followed by a question and answer panel discussion on February 22nd. On February 27th, Regicon will take place via Zoom. This year will be a discussion of award-winning journalist David Walker's graphic novel, Bitter Root, which is set in Harlem, New York. On February 28th, Dr. Barbara Fields, professor of history at Columbia University in New York, will deliver the lecture, Is Race Identity? Her lecture will focus on the expression racial identity. On February 29th, the Illinois State University Alumni Association will host a discussion with author Darlene Perkins Valdez. Participants will read her novel, Take My Hand. Yesterday, we celebrated Illinois State University's founding with a variety of events, beginning with the Old Man Ringing Bell ceremony and the Faculty Staff Appreciation Luncheon and Awards ceremony. Awards were received by the following individuals and teams. Dr. Leah Klein, Wonsor Kim School of Arts, received the Outstanding University Service Award. Dr. Michael Hendricks of Politics and Government and Dr. Byron Craig, Interim Chief Equity and Inclusion Officer, received Service Initiative Awards. Dr. Craig also received the David A. Strand Diversity Achievement Award. Winners of the Environmental Stewardship Award were Alumni Engagement, Athletics and Event Management, Dining and Hospitality, including Chris Hardin, Jamie Sennett, Stephanie Duquesne, Pat Vickerman, Bill Leggett, Phil Cade, Matt Houghton, Stephanie Mostetter, Carlos Armstrong, Jerry Baggs, Mike Williams, Adam Southwick, and Casey Barr. Civil Service Distinguished Service Awards went to Cindy Greskowicz of the College of Applied Science and Technology and Andrew Wheat of Facilities Management. Administrative Professional Distinguished Service Awards went to Jennifer Sedbrook, Debbie Fox, College of Arts and Sciences, Christy Toohill of Facilities Management, and Molly Knapp of Psychology. The Administrative Professional Emerging Leader Award went to Ingrid Brown of the School of Communication, while the Administrative Professional Esprit de Corps Award went to Samantha Lowry of Alumni Engagement. I would like to extend my most sincere congratulations to everyone who was honored during yesterday's award ceremony. And lastly, I would like to acknowledge Sandy Carvey for her 34.5 years of service to Illinois State. This will be Sandy's last board meeting as she retires on April 30th. Sandy, will you please stand so we can show our appreciation? Thank Thank you. I would now like to call on today's spokesperson for the Campus Communication Committee, Melissa Ramirez Osorio. Melissa is an academic advisor, recruiter, and student success coach in the College of Education and serves as a Campus Communication Committee representative from AP Council and the chairperson of the Campus Communication Committee. Melissa?
Hi, good morning, everyone, and happy Founders Day. On behalf of the Campus Communication Committee, we would like to thank Katie Straspeck for her presentation on the exciting developments in the Center for Civic Engagement, and we appreciate her team and her team's leadership. We would like to also express our gratitude and reflect on the success of our recent event featuring civil rights scholar Sherilyn Eiffel in the sold-out Martin Luther King Jr. Cultural Dinner. The opportunity to hear her insight and perspectives was both inspiring and thought-provoking. Her advocacy for civil rights and social justice serves as a powerful reminder of the ongoing work that lies ahead as we uphold the value of diversity and inclusion. AI technology is a timely issue for the university community. We appreciate the administration forming the committee for the responsible use of artificial intelligence. By bringing together key stakeholders from across the university, we can collaborate and generate ideas about the opportunities and challenges of AI technology. We support the board's recent approval of differential tuition. While it may have been a difficult decision, it will help ensure our university's competitiveness and financial sustainability. Members of our campus community are invested in the outcome of the ongoing presidential search, and we look forward to hearing about the progress being made by committee members. We look forward to attending open forums to hear candidates' perspectives, priorities, future visions, and plans for Illinois State University. We commend the hard work of all committee members and those involved in the presidential search. We appreciate the time and effort they are devoting to identifying the best candidate to lead our institution forward. Campus members are aware that Illinois State receives less funding from the state per student than any other university in Illinois. The Campus Communication Committee commends the Board of Trustees' efforts in advocating for us in Springfield to increase our funding and bring awareness to the issue. We are grateful that Illinois State can initiate new construction projects and develop innovative programs even when other institutions may struggle to do the same. The start of the semester was icy and cold. We thank the grounds crew and emergency management services who kept us safe during the inclement weather. We await spring warm-up, and we look forward to the many speakers, events, and programs in the upcoming months. Thank you, and go Redbirds.
Thank you, Melissa. Please welcome Angela Engel, Director of Planning, Research, and Policy Analysis, to the podium. Angela is representing the Strategic Planning Steering Team and Task Force and will be presenting an overview of Illinois State's updated draft strategic plan, Excellence by Design 2024 to 29. The planning process began in September of 2022 and is slated to come to the Board of Trustees for approval at the May 2024 meeting. Angela?
All right. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation to present the draft of Excellence by Design 2024-2029, the strategic plan for Illinois State University. My name is Angela Engel, and I had the privilege of serving on the steering team that leads the Strategic Planning Task Force. Members of the steering team, along with other members of the task force, are in attendance today. Illinois State University has a long-standing tradition of valuing strategic planning that is collaborative and inclusive of the university community. The current strategic plan, Educate, Connect, Elevate, was approved by the Board of Trustees in 2018 and is nearing its conclusion. Educate, Connect, Elevate built upon the success of its predecessor, Educating Illinois, which was in existence for over 17 years. Illinois State prides itself in living out a strategic plan through alignment to other planning initiatives, as well as continuous assessment. Reports are shared each year with university leadership and the Board of Trustees that reflect on fiscal year accomplishments and progress in the form of metrics. Included in the materials for today's meeting is a 5-year review of Illinois State's current strategic plan, Educate, Connect, Elevate. This report includes selected accomplishments the university achieved over the past 5 years that were driven by the implementation of Educate, Connect, Elevate. While the report is very comprehensive, here are a few highlights to share. Over the past 5 years, we have successfully weathered a global pandemic and maintained strong student enrollment. The makeup of our student body has also grown to be more diverse. Over the past 5 years, the number of underrepresented students has increased by 6 percentage points. Illinois State University has worked towards retaining our students and supporting them through their academic careers. Retention rates have steadily increased and are now 2.4 percentage points higher than when Educate, Connect, Elevate began. Some of the initiatives may have led were the development of a persistence committee, peer support services, increase in scholarships awarded, support for student well-being, and opportunities to engage on and off campus. To meet workforce needs and demands, several new academic programs have been developed, such as in the areas of nursing, creative technologies, marketing analytics, cybersecurity, and the new College of Engineering. Finally, the university was able to complete several facility-related projects, such as the Bone Student Center revitalization, the Multicultural Center, the new esports arena, the athletics indoor practice facility, and the Wonsuk Kim College of Fine Arts Mall Studios. While Educate, Connect, Elevate included many successes, there is still work to be done. There are many goals and objectives that have carried over into the new plan, Excellence by Design, so we can continue to make strides and success in those areas. Before we dive in to Excellence by Design, I would like to spend some time sharing our process in developing the new strategic plan draft. In the fall of 2022, our president charged a 22-person task force to develop a new strategic plan for Illinois State University. In honoring our value of shared governance, the task force is comprised of a diverse group of faculty, staff, students representing each shared governance group, university division, and college, including tenure track and non-tenure track faculty, AP and civil service employees, a dean, a department chair, and an undergraduate and a graduate student. Guiding the task force is a steering team that leads the strategic planning process. In the spring of 2023, the task force conducted a comprehensive phase of collecting information from university constituents. Nearly 30 internal and external groups provided input on the university's strengths, challenges, and opportunities, as well as potential aspirations that we should look forward to over the next 5 years. A survey was also conducted seeking the same input. Over 1,700 faculty, staff, students, alumni, annuitants, and community members provided feedback. In all, the task force sifted through over 17,000 rows of coded responses. And I'm going to repeat that, 17,000 rows of coded responses. And some of us may have read those 3 times. I can laugh now. Utilizing all this information, the task force worked on the development of Excellence by Design late spring through the summer, while also seeking guidance from university leadership. The draft of Excellence by Design was released for review and feedback in the fall. The task force again sought input from campus constituents through meetings with campus groups, open forums, and a survey. Pointed questions were asked to assess the draft's mission, vision, values, and strategic directions. The task force reviewed the input provided and made a number of revisions, which are reflected in the current draft plan presented today. While we have met several times with each shared governance group over the past year, we are now revisiting with each of those groups to seek their endorsement. We have received endorsements from the Student Government Association, the Administrative Professional Council, and the Civil Service Council. We next meet with the Academic Senate next week. We have met with the Planning and Finance Committee, which did provide us their endorsement last week. We are also in the process of building off of the framework that Excellence by Design provides in developing action teams that will be charged to create actions and metrics that will bolster an active, dynamic, campus-wide implementation and allow for opportunities to measure success of the plan once it is formally approved. During your May 2024 meeting, we will be asking for your approval of Excellence by Design 2024-2029. Next, I'm going to provide a quick overview of each of the areas of the strategic plan draft. Both the mission statement and vision statement were revised to be more succinct and reflect who we are as an institution. The mission statement states that we prepare diverse, engaged, and informed members of society through collaborative teaching, scholarship, and service. The vision statement looks forward 5 years and declares that we will be a national leader in student-focused education, connecting teaching, research, innovation, and intercultural understanding. Look at our values. We retained each of the 7 values from Educate, Connect, Elevate, but we did update them in terms of some titles and some description changes to reflect the core principles that we live out each day as a collective in our varying roles at Illinois State University. We value excellence in teaching, learning, and scholarship, individualized attention, equity, diversity, access, and belonging, collaboration, community and civic engagement, respect, and integrity. As I mentioned, the task force thoughtfully considered all the information we collected from campus constituents and external partners. Through in-person listening sessions and an online survey, as well as topical conversations with campus-wide experts and leadership. Through our analysis, 4 areas emerged as strategic areas of focus relating to success and belonging, responsible stewardship, institutional excellence, and mutually beneficial partnerships. I will share a quick overview of each, which serves as a framework for building out actions and metrics that will support and drive each to success. The first strategic direction, cultivate a culture of success and belonging, is supported with 4 goals and objectives. A, we will provide initiatives that will shorten time to degree completion and increase retention through expanding student support services or resources that will allow for personal and academic success. A stronger focus on career development and readiness, as well as encouraging student engagement through co-curricular involvement, will all lead to great student success. B, we will nurture equity, diversity, access, and belonging by evaluating and expanding on the incentives we already have in place, as well as increase our campus internationalization and global engagement experiences. By implementing outcome-driven best practice strategies, we can continue to ensure that we are both expanding our support services to meet the unique needs of our varied student communities and bridge the gaps that impact our underserved students, faculty, and staff. C, we will create a new infrastructure that supports and promotes programs and initiatives that will enhance the well-being of students, faculty, and staff, highlighting, promoting, and expanding our student services, as well as broadening our support to meet the Redbird mental health needs. D, we will enhance learning and development programming to promote growth and skill building, while at the same time attracting and retaining talented faculty and staff. We will also expand and maximize our adaptive and flexible workforce, bolstering faculty and staff success. In support of the second strategic direction, foster a culture of responsible stewardship. 4 goals and objectives are designed to move it forward. A, through optimization of resource allocation and utilization, Illinois State University will continually update technology to meet the needs of campus and improve business processes to create efficiencies and increase the effectiveness and support of university goals. B, we will evaluate and align resources to support access, enrollment, and persistence to graduation for all students while expanding on recruitment and retention strategies at every level and strategically increase enrollment to expand access to an Illinois State education. C, we will develop a dynamic master plan that guides future growth and development. This will address capital renewal issues and put a priority on life safety concerns and investment in both campus safety efforts and continuity of operations. D, we will support sustainability through academic programs and scholarly activities while optimizing campus operations to maximize sustainability. Through these efforts, faculty and staff and students will be educated and empowered to be stewards of sustainability. The third strategic direction includes 3 goals and related objectives that will drive the elevation of our institutional excellence. A, we will provide comprehensive support for increased scholarship and creative productivity, rewarding faculty, staff, and student-generated scholarship. By pursuing important and wide-reaching outlets to showcase research and creative productivity within each discipline or areas of expertise, we will increase the impact of those works. B, We will create new programs and expand capacity in existing programs to meet the pedagogic, career aspirations, and workforce needs of students and employers alike, including strategically increasing and expanding our graduate programs and offerings. We are also pursuing flexible modality options and opportunities to support student learning. C, we will elevate branding and communication strategies, creating compelling narratives about university accomplishments to ensure a wide dissemination among state, national, and global audiences. Coupled with investment in student and visitor first impressions of campus, the university will enhance its institutional recognition. The final strategic direction includes 3 goals and objectives that are aimed at expanding our mutually beneficial partnerships. A, we will encourage interdisciplinary learning and scholarship and improve campus communication and transparency. Leveraging relationships and expertise to support collaboration across the university will foster coordinated internal engagement. B, we will strengthen engagement with university alumni and friends, as well as faculty and staff in giving back to the university. The next university campaign will be planned, developed, and initiated, creating greater opportunities for private support of student recruitment, success, and persistence. C, we will enhance collaboration with state legislators to continue to advance the mission of the university. Additionally, through targeted outreach, the university will foster an expanded engagement with new and existing community, corporate, and educational partners, both at home and abroad. Looking at action planning. As I mentioned while outlining our strategic planning framework, we are in the process of building cross-divisional action teams that will be charged to develop actions and metrics for each goal and objective. Throughout the course of meeting with campus constituents this past year, there has been a palpable excitement in the next phase of this process. We are turning our focus towards implementation, and we are intentionally building a process that builds a full-scale, campus-wide effort. Our institution values collaboration, and as we work together to develop and implement an action plan, this will only serve to strengthen the success of excellence by design. Actions and metrics will be reviewed each year over the life of Excellence by Design 2024-2029 to maintain momentum of success. All right, next steps. Our next step is to continue seeking shared governance group endorsements and building out our action planning process. Excellence by Design 2024-2029 will be submitted as a resolution in May seeking your approval. I want to thank again the task force for all of their time and dedication to this effort. It was a true team effort, and it has been a privilege to be part of this process to develop Illinois State University's next strategic plan, Excellence by Design. Any questions?
Trustee Jenkins.
Thank you. Excellent presentation. Thank you. Very exciting time. Can you just talk a little bit about the vision and the mission? Because I know there was a significant departure from the last strategic plan. And I would love to know that you're in the committee's thinking around how you're thinking about rolling that out as a much more kind of refined vision and mission. So thank you.
Thank you for that question. We spent a significant amount of time talking about the mission and vision. When we went out and saw input in the spring, we had direct questions about the mission and vision of the institution. We knew that it has been almost 20 years since we had even made a slight revision to the mission statement. And so we knew it was time to really take a hard look at it. This institution it's 20 years later, so we wanted to take a look at it. We did use best practice principles to look at how to analyze the mission and vision statement. So as a task force, we took all of the input that was received, really dove in, and then we really parsed out different parts of that. We wanted to retain aspects of the mission and vision and carry it forward. We didn't want to completely restart, but we really wanted to make sure that we were refining it, making it very memorable because they were lengthy. And so we wanted to make sure that they were true, memorable statements that really reflected where we are as an institution as far as the mission statement and where we want to become the next 5 years with the vision statement.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I really appreciate it. It's one of the first times in higher ed I've actually seen a reduction in words used to describe mission and vision. So thank you. It'll be fun to work with you over the next several years in the community to figure out how do we implement those much more kind of pithy statements.
Great, thanks.
Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you, Angela. There will be no legislative update today. There are two reports, however, the Educate, Connect, and Elevate 5-year review and the fiscal year 23 grant and contract activity report. The Educate, Connect, Elevate 5-year review report includes selected accomplishments Illinois State University achieved over the past 5 years that were driven by the implementation of Educate, Connect, Elevate, Illinois State, the strategic plan for Illinois' first public university. The report demonstrates Illinois State's commitment to university core values, learning and scholarship, individualized attention, diversity and inclusion, civic engagement, respect, integrity, and collaboration, and its support in implementing the strategic directions, objectives, and actions of the strategic plan. The report highlights achievements spanning across the university and includes the metrics used to measure the progress in implementing the strategic plan. A link to the report was included in your board materials. Are there any questions or comments from the board about the ECE 5-year review?
Yes, Trustee Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really impressive how it's presented and the feedback. Some of my questions are probably for a different venue, but I did notice that, so we are a very tuition-dependent institution, as has been described. When I look at kind of our mix of scholarships, that 97% of students on average receive, 97% of students receive something, some type of grant aid, and that averages out to about $11,000 per student. That sounds like a discount rate. It looks like a discount rate. So I'm wondering if, as we set tuition, do we need to be more transparent to students, especially low-income students, students of color, first-gen students, about the difference between sticker price and what you're going to pay when you come to the institution? And maybe you could give us a little bit of an explanation of the jump in aid to grant aid to students when we removed we became test optional, and why that drove an increase in student aid from the institutional side.
The second question is easier to answer than the first. So, is Jana in the room? Jana, would you like to provide an answer to how?
Hi, my name is Jana Albrecht. I work in enrollment management, but I did grow up in financial aid. So I do have years of experience there. But your second question really is driven from the fact that we went from using scholarship dollars and we used the test score in those awarding scenarios. So we've moved away from using test score, which, so as an example that might make it a little bit easier, we would have 4.0 students with a 20 ACT that wouldn't get any award from us. And so once we dropped the test optional score, that particular student would now get one of our highest Redbird awards or one of our highest other awards on campus. So that also allowed us to give more financial aid to a larger portion of students as well. So that is part of the reason you've seen a growth in grant and scholarship dollars over that time, is because we dropped the test score from students being eligible for those awards.
And Trustee Jenkins, I didn't mean to skip over or avoid the first question, but I think, as you noted at the beginning, it's probably better for another venue. It's a very complicated process, but I'm happy to meet with you and Vice President for Finance and Planning, Dan Petrie, to go over the details of how those decisions are made.
Any other questions or comments? Okay.
Thank you. The FY23 Grant and Contract Activity Report captures grants and contracts directed through Illinois State University's restricted accounts managed by research and sponsored programs. As outlined in the report, ISU is committed to making a positive impact in our community through our faculty scholarly and creative activities, student experiential learning, and university outreach. We have worked to create more programs with a broad appeal to help solve some of the world's biggest problems. In addition to the support we provide internally, external sources of funding make substantial contributions to the advancement of these efforts. The work made possible by such funding supports the core values of Illinois State University, most directly the values of learning and scholarship, civic engagement, and collaboration. Furthermore, the research, creative activities, and educational outreach made possible by such external support are integral parts of the university's strategic directions, objectives, and actions outlined in Educate, Connect, Elevate. External support is one factor in a number of rankings for the university, including our Carnegie classification as a high research activity doctoral institution, otherwise known as an R2. Support comes through a variety of channels, such as grants, contracts, agency dollars, and foundation support, and for a number of functions, such as research, instruction, and public service. In FY23, Illinois State University secured over $31 million in newly expected funds, a slight increase from the expected amount of just under $30 million in FY22. Illinois State is ranked second highest four-year public university without a medical school in terms of the research that we received. We are fifth among Illinois publics and 304th out of 900 overall in federal expenditures, the latest National Science Foundation Higher Education Research and Development Survey, according to that survey. Of our planning, research, and policy analysis peer group, we rank 10th in federal expenditures. Are there any questions or comments from the board about this report?
I think we can move forward. Okay, at this time, we will move to the consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted in one motion. There will be no individual discussion of these items unless a trustee so requests, in which event that item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered at the appropriate point on the agenda. Do any of the trustees wish to have any items removed from the consent agenda? If not, then may I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda items A through L?
So moved.
Motion is made by trustee Abakumi. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by trustee Merminga. Secretary Navarro, please call for a roll call vote.
Trustee Bone,
Yes?
Trustee Abakumi,
Yes.
Trustee Jenkins,
Yes.
Trustee Jones,
Yes.
Trustee Merminga,
Yes.
Trustee Navarro, yes. Trustee Tillis.
Yes.
Items included on the consent agenda have been approved.
And I would just like to again thank all the people who have done the namings of different things throughout the university and all the money they have donated to the university. So thank you to all of them. Interim President Tarhule, please proceed with the resolutions.
Thank you, Chairperson Bone. Resolution 2024.02/06, authorization for ISU College of Engineering building preparatory projects. In fall 2019, the university hired Canon Design to complete an engineering master plan for implementation of a new engineering program at Illinois State University. The John Green and Carter Harris administration buildings were determined to be the preferred location for the college. In May of 2022, the board approved necessary pre-construction services for a renovation of the John Green building and Carter Harris administration buildings, and during the construction documents development due diligence phase of project development, Canon discovered new project issues. There's a need for asbestos abatement in the buildings and relocation of the main campus northern fiber trunk data telecom services line. If these issues are not addressed now, the new College of Engineering building project schedule will be negatively impacted. Approval of this work allows these preparatory projects to proceed now and run concurrently with Canon's completion of construction documents, public bidding, ISU Board of Trustees approval, and construction contract awards. This resolution requests the Board of Trustees to authorize expenditures not to exceed $3 million for all necessary College of Engineering preparatory projects to program, plan, design, bid, and construct the necessary work to prepare for the renovation of the John Green building and the Carter Harris Administration building into the new ISU College of Engineering building. This project is funded by general revenue reserves financed through tax-exempt COPS debt. I ask for your approval for this resolution.
May I have a motion and a second to approve the resolution?
So moved.
Trustee Abakumi made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Trustee Tillis, second. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Trustee Abakumi.
So I'm just trying to understand the scope of this project as well as that in tandem with all the other resolutions that we've passed. You know, as we continue towards the progression of the College of Engineering, President Arguli, you've said that there is a plan that we are following, but I feel as a board member, there is no plan. We come to these meetings and we pass a new resolution for the College of Engineering every single time. I've totaled it up. It's $24 million that we've so far authorized. I don't know if we expended that all. And back in 2022, the total proposed cost for the College of Engineering was $61 million. $50 million was for the construction of the building itself. If we still keep that number, then that's $74 million that we're going to authorize for this project. So we're already over the estimated budget. So I guess my question is, when will we get a plan? What is the plan? And do we have any guiding metrics? Like, are we looking towards an example of another university that has started with College of Engineering? And I know costs have gone up, you know, with inflation and so on and so forth, but I'm kind of lost. You know, I look at this plan, I'm like, okay, more work. Now asbestos, understand it, it's necessary. But, you know, the college is supposed to open up in 2026. When will we get a plan?
Thank you so much for that question. As you were framing the question, I broke it up into three parts. One is no plan, the second is cost, and the third is, what I put here, design and communication. Let me try to briefly address all of those parts. And if I'm missing another part that you'd like me to address, I'll be happy to do that as well. We have an extremely detailed plan that we presented at the time that the engineering program was passed. That plan consists of three major parts. I think maybe we may need to pull the documents and presentations that we made to refresh our memories. But the engineering college rests on three pillars. One is curriculum. We have to develop the curriculum. The second is the personnel. And the third is fiscal facilities renovation. All the curriculum approvals have been achieved. That's what we did through the Internal Shared Governance Academic Senate, this Board of Trustees, and IBHE. and we have secured all of the approvals we need for the curriculum. So that's part one of the project of the pillars has been done. The second part of the pillar is the personnel. So we hired the dean, we hired the department chairs. We are currently in the process of hiring faculty and hiring staff necessary for running the college. And that part is progressing according to plan. The third part is the renovation. How do we convert this 80,000 gross square feet of space to house the new engineering program? And so Canon Design is creating the architectural and engineering designs as well as the bidding documents. And what we have done in the past is come to the board to ask for approval to spend money based on estimates. Because of inflation and how quickly costs are changing, the last two major projects we executed were way over what we estimated. So what we're requesting to do this time is, rather than come to you with an estimate, we would like to bid the project, make sure that we actually have construction documents completed, the project is bidded, so that when we come to you, we know exactly the amount, because the bid estimate is what the project will actually cost. So, but in order for that to happen, we need the engineering documents to be completed. That we expect will happen in July, and we'll be coming to you with a bid at that point. But we also know that whenever that happens, we are going to have to deal with asbestos. So this resolution says, permit us to spend the money necessary to deal with the asbestos now, so that will be ready by the time the project bid is ready. When you if you give us the approval in July, the construction will begin immediately. And that has always been our plan, that construction for renovation projects will begin in July. So to make sure that we stay on that plan, it's important that we work deal with any issues that would delay the start of construction in July after we have the bid documents. So that's the way the plan is progressing. Perhaps there is a need to periodically update the board on the plan and give you updates. We'll be more than happy to do that. But we have a very clear plan, and underneath each of those items, we can give you almost a month by month, if not a week by week, schedule of activities that we expect to happen in order to accomplish that. Costs, you mentioned the idea of cost changing. This project will cost well over $70 million. When you are implementing a project of that scale, it's extremely difficult to know exactly what all the costs will be ahead of time. As you yourself mentioned, because of inflation and things that come up that we didn't anticipate. So asbestos, we always knew there would be asbestos in the building, except it turned out there was much more than we anticipated. And as the design was progressing, the architects decided and the engineers decided there's the need to strengthen one wall to make sure that the second floor will stand. These are things that are not known in advance. So it's always possible that the cost will change, and we try to build in a contingency to account for anything we can anticipate, but every so often, given the complexity and the scale of the project, things may come up that we are not able to totally anticipate, and that leads to these overruns. I'd like to assure the board that we scrutinize the costs very closely and continuously. In addition to what it takes to implement and execute this project, we are also very mindful of the overall fiscal plan in terms of making sure that the project will be viable based on the fiscal models that we created at the beginning. So if we overrun those estimates excessively, that plan will be compromised. So, and at that point, we'll be coming to the board to let you know. But I want to assure you that, I've been involved in this plan on the fiscal side, on the renovation side, on the personnel side from the beginning, and I'm able to keep track of what is happening in every aspect of the plan. And if it looks as if we are exceeding or going beyond part of the things that we said we were going to achieve, I'll be sure to inform the board.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? I think perhaps you have answered this. I'm sorry.
I do have a
Trustee
question.
Navarro.
So we previously approved the A&E for this project for the building. And that, when we previously approved it, it was a not to exceed number. And now it feels as though we're coming back asking for more money, more A&E money. So if we had a not to exceed number previously, can you help me understand or account for the discrepancy between coming and asking for more money or simply reducing the project?
Yes, it's a good question, and I think I have two people in the audience that can help provide details. But let me provide the overarching view, and then maybe either Mike Gebeke or the dean of founding dean of engineering can provide the details. So we built the model for the engineering college based on 520 students. And that limit was based on the maximum number of students that the engineers were telling us the building would accommodate. At the time, we didn't have a dean on campus, which means we didn't know. At the beginning, as I said, the number of students in the college are really limited by the size of the building. So any opportunity to increase the footprint of the building also increases our ability to recruit maybe potentially more students. And so as we considered that, we thought it made sense to floor that space over now, to build it out now, because if we didn't, it was going to cost a lot more in the future if we decided to do it subsequently to account for expansion, and it will mean that we won't have that opportunity to even consider more students if we got the opportunity to do so.
So what's the estimated additional number of students?
Dean Kaiser, are you able to provide an answer for us? Come to the mic, please.
Thank you for the invitation to come up. Everything's an estimate because we haven't had engineering before. Working with Jana and her team and Jeff in enrollment management, having the number of 6,000 inquiries last year for engineering, with us being 2 years away, with that number looking even larger this year, and we're still a year away from admitting students, I would suspect we should be about 100 more students than what's projected. And if it's up to me, I will greatly exceed, to borrow your terminology, that number, if possible.
So one last question.
Trustee Navarro, go.
So when we passed differential tuition, did we base it on 525 students or 625? The College of Engineering.
Differential tuition, I know what the question is, but differential tuition wasn't exactly based on numbers of students. It was based on cost of programs. And so, but specifically at that time, we were working with enrollment estimates of 520 for engineering.
Are there any other questions? So I'm not sure who could answer this one. I have a question. So the pillar, I think you said something about a pillar having to be strengthened, and is that primarily because of this extra second floor, the 2,000 square feet?
We can get McGabicky on this one.
Yeah, so the original estimate for the building was 80,000 square feet, and that 2,000 that was missing, I'll let Mike talk about where that went. But this space is needed for our senior project space, which is required for our ABET accreditation. Every senior must do a capstone project, and that we need a space that can hold projects that aren't temporary, that will be there perhaps 8 months in their building. So that's what this space is intended for. But
Thank you for the question. Yes, we have, with the new, we have about, it's 3,500 square feet above a mechanical room space that there's, and when we add a second floor on, the current sort of beams that are supporting everything, the columns, are supporting a roof, not a floor. So we're not going to put, we weren't going to put a floor there, so the four corners have to have increased foundations where we have to cut out for them, so we can get that 2,000 square feet and still leave a little space behind it for the ductwork and stuff that has to come up from the mechanical room. So that's how we go from 3,500 to 2,000 square feet, which are 2 labs that are basically what the dean needs for the classes that we're talking about. So there's, if we cut that foundation now, while there's nothing down there, we don't have to tear out all the work we just did. We can do it earlier and get that done and taken care of.
Okay. Yes, Trustee Tillis.
So I'm not sure who can answer this question. I've done a few home improvement projects in my lifetime, and when I'm always meeting with the general contractor, I hate when they have to come back to me with something that possibly could have been foreseen. And I don't mean to belabor the point. I guess my question is, do we work with a project manager, and are we asking the question, is there anything else? Because at some point, if a contractor always comes back to me asking for more money, I've already budgeted my project, my home project, for $100,000, and I don't have an extra $20,000. And so, to Ash's point, Trustee Abakuni's point, we need to understand that, and you may not be able to give us the answer today, but we need to understand, is there anything else? Because it is quite possible that you guys will come back to us in another 2 months saying that we need an additional $5 million. And we all understand the culture of universities now, and we don't have more money, we have less money.
I'll try to answer this as best as I can. We have a university project manager that works on this project with the AE firm. We actually hired a project management group, and we've got a commissioning agent that we've set up for the project to try and work on it from start to finish to try and alleviate some of those concerns of what you're looking at for the finding everything. In fact, the project manager from the university was the one that found the asbestos ductwork that's running underneath the concrete in the building there, that it's where the columns are that we have to look at it. And so that's why we have this asbestos removal was a little higher than we thought it was going to be, because we found more asbestos than was originally documented for. So we're trying to adjust for it before we get to the main contract bid part, where we're doing a new bid for it in a different way. We're trying to get a single prime contractor that will make for easier bids, hopefully bring more people in and get some better bids on this project. So if we take out the stuff that would be difficult for a single prime contractor to do and get it off of there, which is pretty common in the industry, where we can do an early bid package to get that stuff out of the way, we think the bids will come in better for the main project. So that's sort of what we're trying to do with this project as we go forward. I'm hoping that answers your question. We're trying to catch everything up front. We do have contingency included in the project to cover some more unexpecteds, because we have an existing building. It's hard to tell what happens inside those existing buildings, but we think we're going to have it taken care of.
Trustee Murminga.
What is the level of contingency, and what is it based on?
Contingency at this point is basically about 10% of the contract that we just put in there to cover everything that we think might happen. It drops as we get closer and closer to being done.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? All those in favor of the resolution, please say aye.
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 Opposed? The resolution is approved.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate the board's approval and patience because engineering is new on campus, and when we were building this, we had no engineers. So we got lots of faculty who had the closest experience to help us, but as we've got the experts now, some of these things are coming up that we didn't anticipate, and I appreciate your patience and understanding. Resolution 2024.02/07, authorization for University High School Chemistry Lab renovation. The University High School Chemistry Lab has not been renovated since University High School was built in 1965. The university is requesting authorization for expenditures not to exceed $730,000 to renovate the chemistry lab in classroom 315 to current pedagogical standards and thereby improve the teaching and learning environment for our university high school teachers and students. This project will cover abatement of hazardous materials, demolition, and a revised layout with new ceilings, flooring, lighting, electrical, heating, and ventilation systems, fume hood, lab, casework, and exhaust hoods. With board approval, the construction will be completed in summer of 2024. The source of funding for this project includes laboratory, school, and general revenue funds. I ask for your approval for this resolution.
May I have a motion and a second to approve the resolution?
So moved.
Trustee Abakumi made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Trustee Jenkins, second. Is there any discussion? I do have one question. Do we know how much is, percentage-wise, is coming from the lab school funds and how much from general revenue?
Dan, do you know? Can you give it?
Don't know for sure?
Mike?
Okay. And then I would charge, Vice President Pat Vickerman to maybe look into some former students that might actually want to contribute to this.
Are you talking about me?
Any former U High students that may be chemistry majors, physicians, et cetera. So, and I look forward to seeing this new lab.
Correct.
Is there any other discussion? All those in favor of the resolution, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The resolution is approved.
Thank you. Resolution 2024.02/08, approval of BA, BS in sports communication. Illinois State University is seeking authorization from the Board of Trustees to seek approval of a proposal for degree granting authority for the BA, BS in sports communication. The Illinois State University School of Communication Department currently offers a bachelor's degrees in communication, journalism, mass media, and public relations, and a master's degree in communications. The proposed new program builds students' knowledge, skills, abilities, and attitudes in the ideation, planning, implementation, and evaluation of communication efforts specifically for sports and athletics organizations. Students will gain a robust foundation of theory and practice to understand why and how ethical and effective communication in the context of sports athletics impact society. This broad-based program prepares students for the variety of careers in sports communication, including sports brand manager, sports promotion, public relations or advertising, broadcasting, sports agents, blogger, and many others. An increase in employer demand and a large number of relevant job postings indicate strong need for program graduates. The program will be administered by the School of Communications in the College of Arts and Sciences. Existing courses can be used to deliver the program. The program is expected to initially enroll 45 to 50 new students with a total program enrollment of 250 students at steady state. Faculty teaching in the program will deliver the new program at its inception with additional instructional capacity provided by the Office of the Provost as necessitated by enrollment growth. The proposal was approved by the Academic Senate on December 6, 2023. I ask for your approval for this resolution.
May I have a motion and a second to approve the resolution?
So moved.
Trustee Abakumi? I'm sorry, Trustee Tillis made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Trustee Merminga. Is there any discussion? Trustee Jones?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard you say that this can be covered by existing courses. Are there any additional faculty members that are going to be necessary for this, or is there going to be an increased cost to the university, or are we using faculty that we already have in existence?
I'll invite Provost Yazajian to provide further details.
Sure. Thank you for that question. We will be able to start the program with the expertise of the existing faculty, and then in the financial implication form that we work on with the units, there are metrics as the program grows, then there would be opportunities for the unit to ask for faculty whose expertise is in that area. So the faculty would be considered, the request for additional faculty would be considered only if there's growth.
Thank you.
Trustee Jenkins?
Provost Jesus, I probably have questions for you, or the best thing. So, and I know this is dangerous for a trustee to try and learn in public, but I'll say that I have a curriculum question, which hopefully you tell me if you're appalled. Within the discussions from the curriculum committee back in October, there was a conversation around KNR 354, which is a course in the kinesiology program that requires prerequisites in order to get to. In fact, you have to get over a C in a prerequisite courses. That's going to be waived for these students. Was there a conversation when that happened about, okay, are these prerequisites needed? If we're able to kind of combine together two different program types into this, should we be thinking about, are we specializing too much in our types of programs? But if we can waive program requirements for comm students, but we don't waive them and require at least a C average for kinesiology students, does that add the question?
Yeah, sure. So I can address the question specific to comm, and then the question more broadly about what are we doing about prerequisites on campus and potential duplication of courses on campus. The first thing I will say is that the curriculum is the purview of the faculty, right? And they're the ones who have the expertise who decide what is considered requisite knowledge for other courses. Now, with the case of sports communication, there are much more focused. The communication in sports communication is different. The information that students are learning in that curriculum is different than what students are expected to know if they're a kinesiology and recreation major, right? So it is possible that some of that information is going to be covered in other parts of the communication curriculum, or there are opportunities for kinesiology and recreation students to have more focused instruction. Therefore, the requirement for a C and to complete the KNR class for the KNR students with a C is important because it might be a prerequisite for classes they're going to take in KNR, right? Whereas if a student is focusing on the sports aspect of it, or sports communication aspect of it, and they're focusing more on the communication, perhaps that information is not as critical because they're going to be rounding out their curriculum with other courses that are specific to what they would be doing in sports communication. I hope that's clear. Now, the question about prerequisites, that is an ongoing conversation that we're having across campus. Because, in the past, I think there has been a tradition where sometimes we use prerequisites just to guide students through the particular curriculum, right? And so what we are having units do is to really explore that within their units based on their expertise. Is this something that we did really to just manage students through the curriculum and through the progression of their degree, or is this something that actually the information that they're receiving in Class A is critical for their success in Class B? So we have already made changes like that across the university. The faculty are working on those efforts, and I don't know if that necessarily answers your question.
No, it does. It's tremendous, because I would assume that a prerequisite is so that you can scaffold the learning into the next higher level.
Right.
And wouldn't, my first question be, wouldn't that trigger some type of review of the learning outcomes within those two separate programs and courses to make sure they're aligned prior to that being understood as how we're going to mix and match this to have a degree program before it hits us? Isn't that something that might want to be discussed at the program or the program level or the curricular committee level? than rolling all the way up to us.
Right, and I would say that I think that conversation has happened. I mean, if there is a sense that that hasn't, we can talk more about that. But in terms of the general process, we have a department curriculum committee, then that goes to a college curriculum committee, it goes to the university curriculum committee, and then it goes to the academic senate. And so I think those conversations are ongoing. They are conversations that occur among the faculty because they are the ones who have the expertise in those areas. I mean, if it is a process, if you feel that perhaps we didn't address it before that, then I'm happy to continue the conversation.
No, I'm sure you've addressed
Yeah.
it. It just was fairly opaque from the roll-up of the discussion from the
Okay.
curriculum committee. The second question I have is that was there an interim step that was explored between, we have some courses we can bring together in faculty that are teaching them, in between, let's go to a degree program, like a specialization or a set of specific, types of things that you can recruit students into, build momentum around a sports comm program, and then you come in with saying, yes, we have 15 students, 20 students, 30 students that have been doing this, they're asking for it to move into a degree program. It seems like we're jumping kind of over a couple of interim steps of what the institution could provide for students that are really interested in this.
Sure, and there are a lot of units that may choose to go that route. So for example, they might choose to develop a sequence prior to choosing to develop a degree major, but then there are other majors or other programs that will do a market analysis and look to see, is there a demand? And the folks in sports communication, or the folks in the School of Communication, have reviewed the Bureau of Labor Statistics. They have their own citations from research within their disciplines, and they have the information that they're collecting from their students about their students' desires and their student needs. We've done analysis of web traffic in terms of the number of students who are putting in sports communication into our web browsers, and so it does seem like, although we could start with a sequence, we believe there's more visibility and there is evidence for demand that if we start with a major, we would be able to increase actually the enrollment in that program because it will have visibility. So for example, when our competitors have a sports communication major across the region, I'm not talking about just within the local area, but if a student can choose to go to another university and get a degree in sports communication, and then they could come here and get a degree in communication with a sequence in sports communication, that may be less appealing for some students, and especially given that the initial outlay of the resources needed to start up this program is going to actually be very similar, because the biggest expense is really the faculty, which then we're monitoring based on enrollment, that in some ways it we believe is a pretty negligible difference if it's a sequence or a major, because we're going to need the people when the enrollment happens, but we think the enrollment will happen if there's a major versus a sequence.
Trustee Jones.
I had a question based on what you said. I saw in the report that we had that the schools that were looked at were University of Nebraska-Lincoln and University of Alabama-Tuscaloosa. Do we have any local Illinois universities that offer this major already, and what is their success with it if they offer it?
Sure, so I don't have our information. We did do that analysis for the Illinois Board of Higher, our materials that we're submitting for the Illinois Board of Higher Education. I don't have that information off the top of my head.
That's fine. If you could get that
Yeah,
to me later, just
sure.
so we can see what our peers are doing and what our local universities are doing, because I understand why they have it at University of Alabama.
Right.
That's a sports school.
Yep.
But I don't know that necessarily we could use Illinois State and comparables for University of Alabama. So.
Sure.
Thank you.
Trustee Abakumi?
Yeah, I just want to add on to Trustee Jones's point about the comparators used, because I was able to access the curriculum proposal from the curriculum committee, and I saw that we used not just Nebraska or Alabama, but Ashland, Ball State, Bradley, Butler, Campbell, Clemson, Columbia College, Oklahoma State. And so my issue becomes, we're trying to compare ourselves to, and looking at some of the statistics that were provided in the justification, I just don't understand why ISU needs a sports communication program. If other schools are already doing it, if they're already doing it well, why be a C-tier program when there are already A-tier programs out there?
So I will respond to that in two ways. I think the first thing is that I certainly hope we wouldn't be a C-tier program. We have a lot of exceptional faculty on this campus, and we continue to recruit exceptional faculty and put together good programs. I don't know that our students would say they're graduating from C-tier programs. So that's certainly not our intent. The other thing I would say is, the examples of the comparator schools that we're providing are in other areas of the country or the region. And so we don't offer something like that in this area, and there are students in the state of Illinois and in central Illinois who do not want to go to the University of Alabama. Well, a lot of students may want to go to the University of Alabama. They have a pretty good football team. But there are students who may not want to go more than 200 miles away. And so it is actually an opportunity for us to draw students to Illinois State who otherwise would not be here. And as we look at WICHE data and as we look at information from the EAB that we've been provided, we know that there is an enrollment cliff coming. We've talked about that before. And so we do have to diversify our offerings. Now, that doesn't mean we do that just willy-nilly, but what we have, and in the information that was shared with the board, we do see that although there are enrollment declines in certain sequences, in the School of Communication, there are also increases. And for example, one of those increases is in communication. So if you look at the decline that happened during COVID, both in the university trend line and the comm major trend line, they also follow a similar increase. The pattern is a similar increase for both the university enrollment and the comm enrollment. And that's comm more generally. So we've already established the fact that there are students who are interested in sports communication. So we feel pretty confident that we are going to see a similar trend line, which would actually enhance our enrollment numbers at the University of Illinois. That's my alma mater, Illinois State University, at a time when we anticipate declines in the college-age population and in terms of potential enrollment numbers. So we see this as an opportunity to prevent and work against decline that might otherwise happen in Illinois State. So it's an opportunity that we could miss out on if we don't approve it. But I would also go back to just say that if we approve it and the students don't come, we are actually not adding more faculty, because a department has to request the additional faculty lines, and if they don't show that requisite growth, they will not get the faculty lines.
Okay, and I don't mean to call ISU a C-tier institution. I believe it's an A-tier institution. That's why I chose this university. But I mean, in this proposal, do we even have any faculty that's specialized in sports communication or have experience in sports communication? And what opportunities do we offer as a university for students to actually get involved in that field? I mean, we've got a great athletics program, but we're no University of Alabama, we're not U of I. So how are students going to get a diverse experience in Central Illinois?
Sure. So not every student's applied experiences has to happen in the Bloomington-Normal region. We have students in majors across the university who do their applied experiences, their internship experiences back in the Chicago area where they're typically from, in the St. Louis area, in other states, New York City. Potentially they could go to Alabama, the University of Alabama. So students do their applied experiences in lots of places, not just in Bloomington-Normal. We do have faculty. Actually, the reason that we have some confidence that we can start this program without new faculty is because we do have faculty who have expertise. For example, Joe Blaney, who is a longtime associate dean in the College of Arts and Sciences, is now finishing up a one-year interim appointment as the director of School of Social Work, and he does have that expertise. And there are other faculty in that area who may not have as much direct experience as Joe Blaney, but we believe have the experience to be able to at least start the program.
Yes, the interim AD would like to say something. So come to the podium, please.
Perhaps from the athletics perspective, you can talk about demand.
Actually, athletics is quite interested in this program. As Ash said, we are not the University of Alabama, but actually what makes this even more important is that we're going to rely even more heavily upon these students. We have internships, we have grad assistants, we have all kinds of students that come and help us in athletics, and we rely on them very heavily. I think these students could be very valuable to the athletics program. And unlike University of Alabama that has a lot more money and a lot more staff, we need them, right? This would be really valuable for athletics.
Are there any other questions or comments? All those in favor of the resolution, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Do we need to do a roll call for this? Voice. Okay. Would you proceed with that, Trustee Navarro?
Trustee Bone?
Yes?
Trustee Abakumi?
No.
Trustee Jenkins?
No.
Trustee Jones?
Yes.
Trustee Merminga?
Yes.
Trustee Navarro, yes. Trustee Tillis?
Yes.
The resolution is approved.
Thank you, Chairperson Bone. This concludes the resolutions for today.
Thank you. At this time, I will entertain a motion to move into closed session to discuss the following subjects authorized by the Illinois Open Meetings Act. Personnel matters specific to the presidential search as generally described under Section 2C1 and 3 of the Open Meetings Act, litigation which has been filed or is pending before a court or administrative tribunal under Section 2C11 of the Open Meetings Act, collective bargaining matters between the public body and its employees or their representatives under Section 2C2 of the Open Meetings Act, meetings between internal and external auditors as generally described under Section 2C29 of the Open Meetings Act, and minutes of the closed meetings for the purpose of approving the minutes under Section 2C21 of the Open Meetings Act. May I have a motion and a second to approve the motion to move into closed session for the purposes identified?
So moved.
Trustee Abakumi made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Trustee Tillis. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, will the Secretary please call for a roll call vote?
Trustee Bone?
Yes.
Trustee Abakumi?
Yes.
Trustee Jenkins?
Yes.
Trustee Jones?
Yes.
Trustee Merminga?
Yes.
Trustee Navarro, yes. Trustee Tillis?
The motion is approved. We will now move into closed session. Following the closed session, the board will reconvene in this room for public session. Thank you. thank you for being present as we reconvene the public session of the February 16th, 2024 meeting of the Board of Trustees at 1:17 p.m. All trustees who were present at roll call at the beginning of the board meeting are still present. While in closed session, the board discussed the final slate of candidates recommended to the board by the Presidential Search Committee. The Board of Trustees has come to consensus and accepts the recommendations of the Presidential Search Committee. Candidate information will be released 24 hours ahead of each candidate's visit to Illinois State. Additional details about each open forum and other related public events will be shared on the Board of Trustees website. Candidates' bios, CVs, and evaluation forms will be posted on the candidate information webpage 24 hours ahead of each candidate's visit to Illinois State. As you are most likely aware, the Presidential Search Committee received 41 completed applications for the president's position. Following extensive review and discussion, a diverse pool of 11 candidates was invited to interview with the search committee. The semifinalist interviews were conducted on February 5th and 6th, 2024, by the search committee, and 5 highly competent candidates were selected as finalists. One candidate has since withdrawn for personal reasons. Although our work is not complete, I want to take this opportunity to thank the Presidential Search Committee for the work they've done up to this point and for the work that is yet to come. Please know that your time and expertise is valued and integral to the successful outcome of this search. I would now ask for a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting.
I so move.
Trustee Navarro made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Trustee Tillis, second. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion is approved, and we are adjourned. Thank you.
Praise the Lord.